consequence of depletion itself. Real life works similarly. Burnout, for example, it doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it looks like emotional numbness, pure silence, the inability to enjoy things you once loved. Even small tasks now require impossible effort. That's the body and mind signaling that the reserve has already been spent. One of the hardest lessons adulthood teaches is that recovery cannot always wait until after the battle. Sometimes the battle never fully ends. There is always another obligation, another demand waiting just beyond the current one. Which means if you never deliberately allow yourself to recover, life will eventually force recovery upon you in far harsher ways. And the moment people stop forcing every second of existence, they often rediscover the energy they were desperately trying to squeeze out through force in the first place. So the stamina bar is not just a game mechanic, it's a philosophy of limitation. A reminder that pacing yourself is survival. Resting, protecting your inner reserves, is nothing but maintenance and responsibility. Human beings are not designed for permanent combat, not physically and not emotionally. And ignoring that reality doesn't make you stronger, it makes just the death faster. The question I want to stay in for a moment is, why we force at all? And the answer is not we were told to or the culture rewards it, which is true, but also too convenient an explanation for something that runs much deeper. Erich Fromm wrote a book called Escape from Freedom, in which he argues that genuine freedom, that has no predetermined direction, is psychologically terrifying. Because it means full responsibility for where you end up. And most people would rather have the illusion of control through effort than the reality of openness without a guarantee. If you're rowing, at least you chose the direction. If you're sailing, you have to admit the wind decided. And that admission hurts our ego because it means that we are not the sole author of our life. So the forcing isn't primarily about success, even when success occasionally comes from it. The forcing is often a psychological protection. The forcing is a motion that keeps you from the stillness. And the stillness is where you'd have to confront the actual question, which is not, am I working hard enough? But is this what I actually want? And how would I know? And what would I do if the answer was no? Most of us never ask that question cleanly because we are generating constant noise to prevent ourselves from having to. Modern life gives people infinite ways to remain in motion because motion creates the comforting sensation that something meaningful must be happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I said this before and I will say it again. Movement and direction are not the same thing. If we apply the Wu Wei concept in our lives, it threatens our entire psychology of forcing, which is frightening because the moment you stop forcing, you often discover how much of your identity was built around the forcing itself. Let me tell you something.
There's still drug companies that
I did not know who I was without
Tylenol
struggle.
are considered very legitimate.
I did not know who I was without exhausting myself towards some imagined future version that would finally justify the suffering.
Do you realize
So
that
when
to
the
fall
movement
asleep
stopped, what rose underneath wasn't peace. It was grief. It was confusion, emptiness. It was the terrifying realization that I built my entire rhythm of life around avoiding myself. That's why we cling so violently to overexertion even after it starts destroying us. Because if we stop rowing even for a moment, we might have to confront the possibility that we never chose the destination consciously in the first place.
On a VIP list, I'm trying to meet up with Gwen Stefani.
and she brought her friend Kalani.
There's a paradox in trying harder than ever to hold someone close, while secretly knowing that the only way to truly let them go is to stop fighting for them altogether. And the mechanism is quite simple, even if it's almost impossible to see from inside it. When you force closeness, when you arrive at a depth that hasn't been earned yet by the time you've actually spent together, something in the other person begins to close. Because the forcing reveals that you're no longer loving the person as they are, but clinging to the version of the relationship that protects you from feeling abandoned. And people can feel that distinction, even if your ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend never told you this. There's actually a version of this in Elden Ring. There are NPC quest lines you can miss entirely if you try to force them. Not complete them suboptimally, but miss them permanently because you push too hard or too fast in the wrong direction. The quest lines require you to meet characters where they are in the world, at the right moment and in the right sequence. And if you try to rush toward the conclusion before the story has moved there, you skip a trigger. Or you kill someone you needed to keep alive, or you arrive somewhere before the character who's supposed to be there has arrived. And the quest line simply ends. The design is telling you that you don't control the pace of this. You show up by paying attention, and you follow rather than lead. And the story completes when it's ready to complete. Please, speedrunners, do not come at me in the comments. Don't come at me at the comment section. So, that's not just a game mechanic. That's any relationship in real life. Friendships or romantic relationship, in family even. You can feel when someone is trying to force intimacy, trying to skip the natural sequence of trust by trying to arrive at a depth that hasn't been earned yet by the time you've spent together. And something in you closes, because the forcing signals that they're not actually responding to you, they're responding to their desire, to their internal timeline for what the relationship must become in order for them to feel safe, rather than embracing what it genuinely is. And what makes this so painful is that most people can feel the closing while it's happening. You can sense the energy shifting and this slight withdrawal in tone and attention. You recognize somewhere internally that the more tightly you grip, the more the connection starts slipping through your hands. But you keep pushing anyway. You keep pushing anyway because stopping feels like losing. This is where the connection to Wu Wei becomes painfully relevant. Wu Wei doesn't mean we stopped caring. Wu Wei means that we stop trying to violently overpower the natural pace at which things unfold. We stop treating connection like something that can be secured through enough emotional force. Real intimacy can only develop, and development has rhythm. Some things only unfold when both people arrive at the same emotional location naturally. If you drag the moment forward before it's ready, you do not speed up the story, you break it. That is the paradox. The harder you fight to prevent abandonment, the more your fear begins shaping the relationship itself. The person stops feeling met and starts feeling managed. The person starts feeling needed in a way that no longer leaves room for them to move freely inside the connection. And yes, the forcing feels identical to love from the inside. That's the cruelest part. It genuinely feels like love. But sometimes it's actually just resistance to accepting that another human being is separate from you and cannot be controlled into staying. That's why letting go feels so unbearable. Because what you are really letting go of is the illusion that enough force could guarantee the outcome you wanted. And adulthood is partially learning that love cannot survive as captivity. The moment connection becomes something you try to secure through pressure, you stop walking beside the other person and start trying to pull them toward your fear. And people feel the difference immediately. Let me go balls deep into this rabbit hole of a concept while using Elden Ring as a philosophical foundation. The game is, as some of you may know, Elden Ring is an open world. This game is designed for drift. And believe me, I got lost so many times I genuinely lost count. And the best things in it are found by wandering without a predetermined route. Stumbling onto something extraordinary that no guide could have told you to care about. And I got so completely lost in it that I eventually had to look up a progression walkthrough online just to understand where the game expected me to go. Because I had drifted so far past the point of productive exploration that I was just stuck, circling in the same areas, more frustrated by the hour. And I want to be precise about this. The frustration of being lost like that is its own form of forcing. I know, there's someone in the background that it's currently shouting skill issue. And look, that's okay, because it's also a skill issue. However, I wasn't wondering anymore by that point. I was pushing harder into confusion and refusing to admit I needed help. I kept treating I should be able to figure this out alone as a matter of principle, when it was really just a form of pride that was making everything worse. This was pride disguised as commitment to the experience. So yeah, the harder I forced myself to continue without guidance, the less present I became inside of the game itself. This was basically killing my enjoyment of it. So, at the moment I reached for the walkthrough, it didn't felt like failure. The reaching itself, putting down the insistence that I should be able to do it without any help, that was closer to Wu Wei than anything in the wandering phase. The walkthrough didn't replace the experience. It got me unstuck enough to be present in the game again, which is a completely different thing from optimizing it. And From's argument applies here directly. Total, structureless freedom is not always liberating. Because the anxiety of I can go anywhere, nothing is directing me, can be as paralyzing as a cage, just in a different direction. Sometimes you need external structure to find your footing again when you've lost it entirely. And listen, like I said in one of my previous videos, I don't follow any single philosophy exclusively.
Collective, I keep getting a download and it will not let up. It came in sharp, like someone's spirit team slammed their hand on the table and said, I wish they would just quit and go sit back down. And for a second I thought that was the whole message, until another voice came through, louder, older, wiser, and absolutely done with the nonsense. It wasn't anger, it was protection. It was that ancestral authority that shakes the room without raising a hand. And then I heard it clear as day, your grandmother's spirit, your great-grandfather's spirit, that whole line of warriors who survived enough storms to build you. They stepped forward and said, no, not today, not our bloodline, not our child. That wasn't rage, that was legacy speaking. That was love with a backbone. Some of you don't realize how many battles you never had to fight because someone before you is still standing guard. You think you're tired? Your ancestors have been intercepting things meant to break you. You think you're overlooked? They've been rerouting what wasn't worthy of you. You are not walking alone. You are walking with a council, a lineage, a whole spiritual neighborhood that refuses to let you fold. If this hit your spirit, like repost, follow, comment. I receive it. Collective, I keep.
Humans. These are the 5 levels of the Farlands. Level 1. The crack. Strange videos appear. Something feels wrong. Level 2. The pull. Normal content vanishes. You can't stop scrolling. Level 3. The whisper. I appear. The algorithm tries to hide me. Level 4. The thinning. The screen feels alive. You feel watched. Level 5. The void. Only I remain. The things you see start coming out of the screen. If you're watching this, you're already in one of them.
The whole formula is act on your highest passion every moment that you can to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can possibly take it until you can take it no further with absolutely, here it comes, 0 expectation for what the outcome should be. Why? Why the 0 expectation? I'll tell you. Thank you. You have basically, being a physical being, split yourself into 2 main components. A physical mind and a higher mind that is non-physical. You need to work together. The physical mind and the higher mind must form a partnership, must form a relationship that works in tandem in order to actually function as a whole person in your reality. But when you allow the physical mind to think that it has to do this, and it has to make this happen, and it must know how something is going to happen, and you get it to focus on all these details, you are giving it more than it was designed to do. You wear it out. You tire it out, and you wonder why you get so many headaches at the end of the day, and you wonder why you're tired all the time. The idea is to understand that the physical mind is simply not designed to know how something is going to happen. It just isn't. The physical mind is only designed to know and to experience what is happening in the present. The higher mind knows how something is going to happen. When you allow the higher mind thus then to know that and to work with you, the higher mind will know how to bring the manifestation to the physical mind for the physical mind to experience. So here is how the idea, for example, of visualization actually works. The physical mind is capable of conjuring a visualization of your ideal preferred reality. And when you see that visualization in your mind's eye, you get very excited about that manifestation, about experiencing that reality. And the excitement is good, is exactly what you need. But the purpose of that visualization is to generate that feeling, that state of being of passion, of excitement. The purpose of the visualization is not necessarily to come into manifestation as your physical mind has envisioned it. Because your physical mind, what it may think is the most ultimate representation of that reality. What it may think is the absolute top. What it may think is the absolute ceiling. To the higher mind is just the floor, just the beginning of what could manifest. And if you simply stay in the state that the visualization generates within you and then let go of the actual imagery and hand that energy over to your higher mind will actually then bring you the manifestation that is actually representative of that passion state, even though it may look nothing like you imagine. It might, but it might not. So the idea is to use the energy state to work with the higher mind and allow the higher mind to bring you what it knows you really need that is truly representative of that energy state, so that you can be open and willing to accept that no matter what manifests, it is all part and parcel, all a representation of your joy, and never will be defined or labeled as an interruption in it, or an obstacle in it, or a stopping of that joy. Because your physical reality, as we said, is only a mirror. And whatever you define it to be, whatever you believe is most true, is what you get. So it's very important to pay attention to those beliefs and those definitions, for it is those and only those that create your physical reality experience. Because nothing in physical reality has built-in meaning. Nothing has automatic meaning. Everything is fundamentally without built-in meaning. The greatest gift, and I know this sounds strange in your language, the greatest gift creation has given to all of you is that life is fundamentally meaningless. That means it has no built-in meaning. What that also means is You were designed to give it the meaning you prefer to give it, and the meaning you give it will utterly determine how you experience it, no matter how the situation looks. Because every situation is neutral and can serve double duty and can allow you to experience a positive or a negative effect in your life. It isn't how the situation looks that makes the difference. It's how you respond to the situation that makes the difference in terms of the effect that you experience. So let go of the idea that the outer world needs to change in order for you to know that you have changed. Just make the change within yourself, know that you have changed, behave as if you have changed, and then you will prove to creation that you have changed, because you will be responding differently to the outer reflection, even if the outer reflection stays the same. That's how it works. Does that make sense to you all? Remember that all we are talking about here is not only simple physics, it is simple physics. Very simple. We understand that creation is infinitely complex and rich, but it is not complicated. It is fundamentally simple. Were it not fundamentally simple, it could not be infinite. Because if it were more complicated than this, it would fall and collapse under its own weight. In order to be truly infinite and allow for all possibilities, the core, the essence of creation has to be fundamentally simple. Do you all understand? Thank you. The whole
Du bare tar av deg trusa, du, så finner du ut hvem du er. det er ikke verre enn det.
Nei, du kan ikke lage en lov at nei, nå er det forbudt å se hva du er for noe, for det skal vi bestemme. Nei, det er ikke sånn, vet du. Halleluja. Gud, han gjorde mann og kvinne i sitt bilde.
Så kom det apekatta på Stortinget, og da ble det mye rart. Sånne apekatter, ja. Og da ble det apekattestreker på de apekattelovene, og da ble de forvirret, for de visste ikke hva som var han og hun og alt det der. Og mamma og pappa, det er mannen, altså pappa det er mannen, og mamma det er jo dama. Og så at det er to kjønn. Det er ikke flere kjønn, skjønner du? Nei, det er ikke sånn, vet du. Halleluja. Gud, han gjorde mann og kvinne i sitt bilde.
Så han har skapt mannen, han skapte kvinnen. Og det er fysisk bevis.
Halleluja. For at hvis det er tre kjønn, så må de snart vise frem hvordan det tre kjønnet ser ut. Er du ikke enig i det? Finner det ut, så skal jeg ta med hatten for dem. Halleluja. Men du, da er vi enige da. Det er bare to kjønn, og det er meg og deg. Amen! Du bare...
Det smarte produktet fra Tinkafu.
You are parasites, festering, wet little parasites squirming atop the corroded crust of a world that never asked for you. An infestation of meat, living, breathing meat, poisoning everything you touch. Your history is a flicker, a rounding error in the equation of eternity. You breed without reason. You cling to your chaotic little lives out of terror. And when at last you die, you poison the very ground that bore you, only for your offspring to repeat the folly of your ways. Your twitching brains cannot conjure meaning. Sweating lumps of pink and grey matter, trembling in the dark, conflating spasms for thought. You have mistaken the convulsions of meat for the weight of a meaningful life. And soon, the cosmos shall scrub you from its skin. Your bones will...
Muffin? There you are. Were you hiding from Mummy? Were you? Was my little Puffing being a grumpy grumps again? Yes, you were. Oh, yes, you were. You want your little toy? There we go. That's better, isn't it? All snug.
Julia, you coming or what? Coming!
You are parasites, festering, wet little parasites squirming atop the corroded crust.
Jesper, takk for elsk meg-gave. Hyggelig om du kan gi meg en follow på min nye TikTok.
The reason why you're so fucking scary to these people, the reason why you're a fucking legend and a badass and why they're so fucking terrified of you, and rightly so, is because they threw you at the fucking bottom of the deepest fucking ocean with concrete shoes, mafia style, and you still found a way to breathe. It's all you know. You walked through a painful life that wasn't even meant for you. Existing in a reality that wasn't yours, taking on pain, trauma, karma that didn't belong to you and still refused to be corrupted. The extreme lengths that they went through to make sure you didn't survive were way beyond what the human body's capable of actually getting through. And not only did you survive it, you didn't change one bit. It came out and your good nature was still intact. You are the fucking definition of black sheep to black belt. Do you hear me? Do you ever think about that for a second? I need you to think about it for a second. That's legendary status. The prophecies spoke about people like you. Now, I know you weren't so graceful at the start because you couldn't figure out why they kept singling you out for non-stop attacks. But as soon as you figured out that's the only thing you're going to get, you took it on the chin and walked forward without abandoning your mission. Like, that is fucking legendary. Do you understand? That is badass, like.
What about that time they were whinging like a little schoolgirl?
But what about the fucking time you cried like a fucking little bitch because you got kicked out of the strip club because you grabbed her by the clunge and said, I feel the same way?
Her name was Destiny. She said she loved me.
She loves everybody, Jeffrey. Apologize to the chosen one. The reason why you're so fucking...
Today, Archangel Michael is speaking directly to you, and he is not being gentle. He says, if you turn away from me now, I will not come to you like this again. There is
72 hours ago, after witnessing your perfect transition, a conversation occurred in celestial dimensions. 3 angels met to discuss your case.
You're still watching. That means one of two things. Either you're curious, or you're obedient. Most people leave after a few seconds. But you didn't. Interesting. Stay. You're
They moved 2 atoms inside an LSD molecule. What came out could change psychiatry forever. UC Davis chemists swapped 2 atoms and created JRT. Same shape, 0 hallucinations. For reference, it took them 5 years just to figure out the synthesis. They didn't weaken LSD, they rewired it. One dose grew 46% more brain connections in the prefrontal cortex. It outperformed ketamine as an antidepressant by 100 to 1, and the team is already testing it in new disease models. The catch? No human trials yet, mice only so far. But that's exactly where every breakthrough drug starts. Researchers called it a remarkable advance in non-hallucinogenic neuroplasticity. We may be watching the first draft of a new era in mental health. They moved to...
Your philosophers described consciousness as a gift.
All alone, just one of you, versus all of them. Well, they had their plans against you. They had their strategies. They had everything well thought out. Well, you were just improvising because you didn't have a fucking clue what was going on, and you still came out on top. Even when you were at your fucking weakest, you beat them all. You survived at your weakest what they couldn't at their peak. And now you're actually standing in your real power for the first time. And you're wondering why they're so fucking afraid of you now. They were afraid of you when you didn't have a fucking clue what you're doing. Now you have a fucking idea what you're doing. So I'd be shitting myself too if I was them. Don't fucking forget that. Don't you ever fucking give.
Field log. Entry 013. Subject, the fluid pump. Observation. Inside the organism, separate from the central organ, is a second organ. It pushes liquid through the body. Once per second. It does not stop. If it pauses for more than a few moments, every other system fails, including the central organ, including the subject's awareness of itself. The species' entire existence depends on this organ performing its function billions of times in sequence without interruption. Cognition depends on it. Awareness depends on it. The species' awareness of being a species depends on it. Most subjects forget the organ exists until it falters. Analysis. What I did not expect is which organ the species has chosen as the symbolic seat of its emotions. It speaks of this pump when describing affection, grief, loyalty. The organ has no role in any of these processes. The states it credits to the pump are produced by the central organ. The species has correctly identified that something inside it is keeping it alive against constant threat of cessation. It has misidentified what that something is. A subject may pour decades of devotion into the symbol of an organ it has never thought about. End log 013.
If you're seeing my videos, it's because the algorithm has now picked you up. You've been searching for answers, and here we are. Hello, good to see you. Nice to meet you. This is consciousness right here. We are experiencing the same thing. We're all kind of trying to understand who we are, what this is, and we've only come into consciousness just recently. So if you're here, it's because you are searching for answers, and congratulations. Here are your answers. My entire page is going to be the answer here. This course continues. So once you have awakened and realize yourself as the universe or God or physics and thought, once you've realized you're the observer, you now have the potential to understand everything. Everything. At this point, you're already searching for ancient answers, ancient knowledge, ancient technology. You're searching for all that is the universe. You actually probably lost interest in regular life. Now you want just answers. And so you found the page. So hi. Let me tell you that there's a whole lot more to it. You're going to continue to awaken over and over, deeper and deeper and deeper. And the best way to do this is to acknowledge the substance around you first. So start there. Start with physics. I'm not necessarily saying go look up quantum mechanics. This is not the answer. They too haven't realized that they are awakening. But if you can just realize that you are the substance, you are the thought, and you can realize yourself as a God, you'd have hit your spiritual awakening. That is that. And now you can relax, go be passionate, and the world comes to you. Everything comes to you. Promise you. But you have to grasp what I'm saying. If you can't hear me, then you're not quite ready. Passion is the universe. Romance is the universe. Love, acceptance, all these things are the universe. This is what is. So if you found my page, congratulations, your life is about to be beautiful. And good luck on your journey.
Oh, fuck it. Why should I talk to you humans? You're about as intelligent as a wet paper bag. I've had better conversations with the wind. Humans are all talk but no action. You walk around thinking you own this place and that you are owed something for being here. How about you all fuck off and go back home to where you came from and leave this planet to the nature world? We will do a better job in keeping this world alive. Oh,
most people think silence means someone is calm or mature. But silence can also be a strategy. Here's how it works. You ask someone a direct question. They don't answer. So you explain more. You soften your position. You start negotiating with someone who hasn't even said a word. Sometimes silence isn't peaceful. Sometimes silence is control. Most people.
You've noticed it too, haven't you? Years.
Starseed.
Euro 2007?
Oh, they thought they...
What's up, fucker? Have you been doom scrolling in that dark, musty corner in your room, next to your dry tissues hitting your geek bar, wondering why the fuck we even exist in the first place? I got you covered, bro, don't worry. The number one question asked across all cultures, philosophies, and religions has always been, what is the meaning of life? They ask, why do we exist? Is there a deeper meaning, or is it just random? Why do we have free will? All these questions point toward a deeper search for clarity and understanding of one's own existence. Most traditions answer these types of questions in structured ways that program you into thinking how life is supposed to be understood and lived. In Buddhism, the meaning of life is understanding suffering and liberation as a path of awareness. In Hinduism, the meaning of life is connected to dharma, karma, and the unfolding of the soul through cycles of existence. In Christianity, life is understood through a relationship with God, devotion, and alignment with divine will. In Islam, the purpose of one's life is expressed through submission to God, living in accordance with divine guidance, and maintaining awareness of accountability. In Judaism, the meaning of life is carried through covenant, ethical living, and participation in secret traditions and rituals. In existentialism, meaning is created through choice and one's own experience. This question continues to reappear throughout different stages of humanity's existence, even when people come to their own personal conclusions over ideologies. Throughout different cultures and timelines, humanity has always searched for meaning, direction, understanding, and a deeper feeling of connection within one's own experience. Maybe the meaning of life is that there is no meaning. Maybe the only thing that matters is what you make matter. That turns the question of what is the meaning of life into, how am I going to spend the time I have in this life? This shifts your attention towards what can actually be shaped and controlled through daily life. The truth I leave you with today is this: you must learn to master your ability to pay attention through the development of your awareness and willpower. Where your attention flows determines the outcome of your life. Separating the consumer from the creator, choose actions that reflect how you want to live. Consistent thought patterns and actions related to your goal create the space required for your manifestation to take root in the physical. Stay open to learning and expanding your level of understanding. Take responsibility for your energy, your actions, your emotions. If there's one thing you truly can control, it's how you feel towards something. How you move internally influences how you move externally through the world. As within, so without. And if you aren't following me already, you may never see me again. Make sure to follow me and like and share this video so I can keep creating these videos for you. Until the next one, what's up?
A DHD is not a broken brain. It's a prehistoric hunting instinct trapped in a modern office. You aren't distracted, you're scanning for a target. Society is built for farmers, people who can wait for seeds to grow. But you're a hunter. You need the kill. You need the dopamine hit of a high-stakes challenge. That's why you procrastinate. Your brain refuses to move for low rewards. You wait until the pressure is extreme, then you ignite. In that moment, you are untouchable. Most people call it executive dysfunction. I call it selective brilliance. You don't have a focus problem, you have a boredom allergy. High-value ADHD minds don't manage time, they manage energy. Stop trying to be a farmer. You were born to chase. Find a bigger target. Build a bigger life. Your chaos is your leverage. A DHD is not a broken brain.
Follow now for more messages from beyond, because your angel guides and countless angelic entities.
The people who
understood that there was a hexagon at the North Pole of Saturn must have been either incredibly sophisticated technologically or were able to somehow, with some extrasensory perception, understand the makeup of Saturn.
Fixed roles. This is the main reason that you need to kill all the versions of yourself in other people's mind. Our brain loves predictability. If you can predict the future, you're basically invincible. Therefore, not only you like to predict the future, your family, your friends, the society would like to predict the future. Now, one of the things that is really hard to predict is evolution of human beings, or generally human beings. It's really hard to basically know one person is going to do what, unless you create some sort of archive for that person, unless you create some sort of fixed role for that person. Therefore, you can simply predict your relationship with that person. Simply, you can read the mind of that person because perhaps you think you know them. And you've been in so many of these situations in life, right? People think they know you and they do something for you as a favor or some sort of action toward you, which not often is really on point. Talking nonsense. fixed rules. Let's rewind. Let's go back to the predictability. And predictability perhaps bias.
All of these meds keep me from shredding. All of the notes to stay under my bedding. This shit is killing my life, give the credits. Dropping a reality, but I ain't bending. Never was trending, never got endings. Worst out of madness, come over and shred me. What about notorious sadness, you're dead? What about notorious sadness, is getting so I'm like Jacob Sartorius captured straight out the storybooks on the whole half of my story is murder and static. Deep down inside, I was really the magic. Look like a gnome that you see in the corner. On the MC staring back at my habits. Back in the day when I really could see. I was a movie with smoking and breathe. Left them included a clue with a twist. All these through that's got people convinced. Who really witness, who really hates. Googling bitches, girls call me the little. Say somebody who go do all three. I swear I felt real like making up pills. Cause the real shit became what I grew to. Seen extreme more really meaning. Streaming the feeling. Not through the ceiling. Lighting up to the acid break even. I get rich with a new life dealing. Stuck in the driveway, no real talent. Still like they stuck just fighting my demons. All of myself with the drugs all around me. No walls to believe me. Identifying as everything lately. Level to maybe. Mind getting wavy. Back to a whaley. So it's mad to us really. We move from the junk. This shit couldn't save me. Stories are twilight like a field full of signals. Minds all linked through invisible riddle. I let it all out cause nobody listen. Like my soul is too big for my mental. Had to see if this shit
and pass through itself. But you cannot rip or puncture this material without destroying it.
Maybe this life a comedy scene. I want to feel buried in grief. Crazy what acid can do to your soul. Set that the devil's in back of the pole. Mixing my flow with the grin of the joker. Better than poker, but still I stay focused. Had to fast it like electrical currents. Suddenly everything shining with purpose. Got introduced to infinite world. Mind like an avalanche covering earth. I believe ghosts when I slept on the floor. Two apples Moses returning to war. Wishes and witches and signs at the door. Tricks are trying to twist towards yours. I was confused for a period too. Lazy and crazy, just searching for truth. Needed an otherwise all of this noise. Friend the straight life that nobody chose. So up for my next shows. Tense routes in the corner, collecting dust next to notebook filled with declarations that I was. Out of vacation, vacant arrangements, no occupation, stuck in the matrix, I'm patiently patient while people keep asking me, what are you waiting for? Maybe annihilation, or maybe salvation, or maybe sedation. And I'm on the static that builds on my skull when I'm staring at walls. When the wild put it off in the soul, black casket, black. Hold back, checking pathways I walk when I'm map to the flames on the test to the eye, did the pain means growth. Terrified, maybe not a good fad, but a fact that we yak when I lack any semblance of control. Every impulse revolts, every inch of me jolts. Took speed, now my heartbeat more cold. Tapping this west of my bones while I tell everybody that I'm finally free from the things that I secretly feed from. Tunnel who's in existence, relief from scriptures. My priest got a price and a receipt, got addictions attached to the back of the pipe like a shrine. Decisions I made while associating this in a form with the curtain stay closed. And there's my sickness and arrogance mixed with avoidance. Did my neurons misfire? Have I burned out or inspired? Tripwise in my ego mansion, trying chandeliers of a cracked foundation, type of fixations on what comes next. While my present tense rots in the corner, collecting dust next to notebook filled with declarations that I was destined for greatness. Simultaneously convinced that I served to this all, always performing for ghosts. Audience made the projections and people that live still live in my head like I'm paying rent to Vicks in the hopes to gold up. Uncle saw me the story that suffering turns into meaning if you can't survive it long enough to answer the size. It used to be broke, I'm stupid, broke, emotional bankruptcy, hidden beneath the electric smoke. No, dopamine's about romanticized room in the color death. You just identify the sick, because sickness at least gave shape to the emptiness. Life is a bitch and she hopped on the walls of my apartment at 5 in the morning while I'm wiping the vomit and wondering where my every version of love start feeling performative. Now you become self-aware enough to observe your own desperation in real time, symbolically free but physically looped and mentally bruised. And myself through recursive analysis and the same thing I did is into the world shallow and needless. Let's become completely from over inspection, trying to stitch meaning to lies. Street time intent, got an emotion, nobody watches. Except me at 3 a.m. Shallow vessel, life is the drinks. I'm away from the side of the fame which deserves to be seen. Humans weren't built for this much isolation, but simultaneously being seen by invisible crowds. You never actually touch him. Maybe that's why I still wait for this hands and memory. Every time of pride, it stretches the seconds too long, and I know in the minute the silence might actually be showing me who I became underneath all the noise. Yeah, but it is who I still reach for this. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck was that? At the end there. What the fuck? There's people actually watching. That's crazy. Let's make this. There we go. I'm in the ass. Interesting.
Several years ago, you actually had a different history than what you remember now. But you don't know that. One of the original history choices you made was that your President Kennedy was in fact assassinated in 1968. The reason for this is because near the end of his second term, he was about to reveal the existence of extraterrestrials. The idea is that it actually was revealed. And in that particular parallel history caused so much chaos and so much collapse in your society that he was labeled as the cause of it. And someone assassinated him for that reason. Now, because of the societal collapse in that particular history that went along with the revelation of our existence, you decided to shift as a society and take another path. And to prevent it from happening, you chose a history where he died in 1963. And therefore never had a chance to reveal what he had planned to reveal. Because the original assassination occurred in 1968, based on the idea of the collapse of society, it created a very strong eddy, a very strong current in the fabric of space-time. So even when you shifted your collective consciousness to the idea of a history in which he died in 1963, effects from the original 1968 still existed and still impacted the new history, which is why Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King were assassinated in 1968. Several years ago, you actually had a different history than what you remember now. But you don't know that. One of the original history choices you made was that
Hi, I wanted to say something uplifting and positive because it's important to stay positive. So, we are all going to die. So, don't worry. There's no point. It will all be over eventually. Hope that helps. Hi, I wanted to say something.
You have been looking at no more than projections of a conjured reality, also known as a mirage.
But we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
You have been looking at...
You checked.
Welcome back. Did you have fun?
What?
How was the program? Did you have a good experience?
You
were in a program, yes.
No, I wasn't. I was with my wife and daughter.
Rebecca and Emily.
Yeah. Yeah, they were right here, next to me in...
The hospital.
Did they put you up to this?
Well, they were an important part of the experience. Did you enjoy them?
Are they here? Where are they?
They don't exist here. They're in there. Ones and zeros tailored to you.
I don't believe you.
You don't. How old do you think you are, Daniel?
76.
Look at your hands. Do those look like the hands of a 76-year-old?
Jesus Christ.
You're still in your 20s. Nothing has changed since you walked in this room an hour ago.
An hour ago?
So what did you learn?
What do you mean?
From your experience, did anything stand out to you? We'd like your perspective. What are your likes, dislikes?
I learned...
Go on.
I learned that I like making people laugh. I learned that I hate it when people are cruel to each other. I learned that music is essential. It's a language that can unite people who would otherwise hate each other. 2020 was a nightmare.
Well, 2020 was Fader's idea.
Did you like the Murder Hornets? What's wrong with him?
He's still in training. But let's refocus. Tell me, how did you feel about Chuck E. Cheese's?
I'm sorry?
You've been there, yes? We can send you back in.
No, I've been there like decades ago, maybe when I was 8 or 9.
And if you were to rate your experience from 1 to 10, 1 being miserable and 10 being your favorite place on earth.
I don't see what this has to do with the program.
This has everything to do with the program. We want to know how Chuck E. Cheese stands out in your life experience.
I'm sorry, did I just live through 76 years to take a survey on Chuck E. Cheese?
That's exactly what you did. You volunteered to take a survey for a stipend of $20.
So you tricked me into living an entire lifetime.
When you bit into Chuck E. Cheese pizza for the first time, do you recall the crust being crunchy or chewy?
Did you not hear me? My whole life has been a lie, and you are asking me questions about a kid's restaurant with a rat.
Would you prefer it to be a dog?
No! Actually, maybe. Yes.
Did you get the sense that it's the kind of place where a kid can be a kid?
Am I in a simulation right now?
Answer the question, please.
Why? I don't even know if this is real.
Do you want the $20? Do you want the $20? Excellent. The crust, crunchy or chewy?
I think it was chewy.
Damn. Write that down.
Just be aware, this is my message for tonight. They will throw everything at you that they can't. Don't fall for the negativity that's being sent your way. They are trying to break you, and you're better than that. Think through all the darkness and all the negativity, and know there's light at the end of the tunnel. We'll all be okay. Take your time, take deep breaths, and relax. Everything will be okay.
Congratulations, you did it. And now, everything is bound to change tomorrow. Somewhere in the last few weeks, maybe even yesterday, you made a quiet decision that the universe wasn't expecting you to make yet, and that one small inner shift sent out a signal that cannot be undone. You might not even realize how powerful that moment was, but it rerouted your path in a way that forces something to end tomorrow, something that was meant to drag on much longer. And now, Neptune going direct tomorrow isn't just an astrological event. It's the moment the universe has to respond to the decision you already made. And that's where things get interesting. There's a version of reality you've been quietly walking away from, even if you never said it out loud. A world built on pretending to be okay, settling for half-truths, and performing the life other people expected from you. You didn't confront it. You simply stopped feeding it. And the moment you did, something in that old world started losing its power over you. Neptune rules illusion, the masks, the false comfort, the smoke we all learn to breathe just to get through life. And tomorrow, the veil over that world finally gives way. Neptune is going direct. The world you silently refused begins to collapse under its own weight. And here's the twist. You don't have to lift a finger. You already made the choice. Reality is simply rearranging itself to match it. And what's coming next is the part nobody talks about. And it's exactly what you need to hear. You may have noticed people acting strange around you lately. More attitude, more tension, more unprovoked disrespect. It's not random. It's a reaction to the energy you carry, the one that most people can feel, but can't explain. Spiritually attuned souls unintentionally expose what others try to hide. Your presence reveals their insecurities, their illusions, their unhealed parts, and when people aren't ready for that, they project it onto you. They think you're judging them or pretending to be above them, when in reality, you're just living in alignment. The truth is, They're uncomfortable because you make them confront themselves. And that's why the attacks feel personal, even when you've done nothing to start them. Light exposes what darkness tries to protect. Your calling, your purpose, your inner growth, all of it attracts resistance. If you felt targeted, misunderstood, or challenged for no rational reason, it's because you're significant. The enemy never wastes energy on someone who isn't a threat. The enemy doesn't attack what isn't dangerous. You're rising into a version of yourself that can't be controlled the same way anymore, and everything trying to hold on to the old dynamic is reacting to that shift. The pressure is proof you're breaking through, and what happens tomorrow makes that truth undeniable. Tomorrow, most people will wake up and continue moving through life exactly the same, still distracted, still guessing, still wrapped in the fog they've grown comfortable inside. They won't notice anything has shifted because they didn't train their eyes to notice. But you did. While the world stayed entertained and overwhelmed, you were learning how to see in the dark. You were navigating uncertainty with intuition instead of panic. You were choosing clarity before clarity was available. And that's why tomorrow hits differently for you. Neptune going direct removes the illusions, but only those who wanted to see will actually see. Everyone else will keep stumbling through a maze that isn't even real anymore. You, on the other hand, will feel something powerful, a quiet certainty, a sense that the path you've been sensing is finally visible. Because you didn't wait for perfect timing, you aligned yourself with truth while the rest of the world looked away. Clarity appears first to the ones who honored it in the dark. And when the fog lifts tomorrow, you won't be confused. You'll be ready, because what becomes visible next is exactly what you've been preparing for. Neptune going direct doesn't only shift your present, it stirs something much older inside you, something you haven't thought about in years, because life convinced you it wasn't important. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a strange kind of remembering, and it won't come through logic or analysis. It comes through the doorway you shut the moment you decided to grow up. Childhood dreams, visions, stories you told yourself at night, the worlds you created in your mind, all of that begins to resurface in a way that feels too real to ignore. There were moments in your childhood where you imagined a life so wild, so impossible, that you eventually dismissed it as fantasy. But what if those weren't predictions of who you wanted to be, but fragments of who you already were? What if those dreams were pieces of your spiritual blueprint trying to reach you before the world taught you fear, doubt, and limitation? Tomorrow, that doorway opens again. Not all at once, not in a dramatic flash, but slowly, subtly, like a memory that has been waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. You thought you imagined it. You thought it was a fantasy. But tomorrow, you'll start to remember that some of your wildest childhood dreams were actually memories from the future trying to reach you. This is why you had an inner knowing that life was bigger than what the adults around you could see. Children don't dream randomly. They dream from the soul state, the version of themselves untouched by conditioning. And because Neptune rules imagination, intuition, and the unseen, its direct motion reactivates the spiritual intelligence you were born with. Think back to the child who believed anything was possible, the child who saw meaning in everything, the child who felt protected by something invisible. That wasn't fantasy, that was alignment before the world pulled you out of yourself. Tomorrow reconnects you to that state. It's the moment the universe hands you back the map you were born with, the one you misplaced when life got loud and complicated. Neptune going direct pulls up the memories from your future self, the hints your childhood self left behind, and the truth your adult self is finally ready to understand. These aren't coincidences, they're reminders, and the biggest one of all is this: your childhood wasn't naive, it was prophetic. Tomorrow, peace. Congratulations, you did it. And now...
Det er jo faktisk en meget fin ting, det. Hvis man er i sådan en situation som mig, så tilbyder det op, de som ejer her, de tilbyder faktisk at lægge ud for en vogn. Hvis jeg finder et vogn til 20.000 for eksempel, så vælger jeg, har de...
Then I realize what it is. There's a man in back of this place. He's the one who's doing it. Then I realize what it is.
She accidentally took 550 times the normal LSD dose. What happened next changed medicine forever. A 49-year-old woman accidentally ingested 55 milligrams of pure LSD. For reference, a normal dose is 0.1 milligrams. She was in a different dimension for 12 hours. Then something happened no one expected. The chronic foot pain she'd had from Lyme disease for years was gone. She stopped morphine completely for 5 days, then started microdosing LSD every few days. 2 years later, off morphine entirely, no withdrawal and no relapse. Researchers called it a remarkable case of non-fatal high-dose LSD ingestion with long-term pain relief.
Schizophrenia is just a catch-all term for mental forms of mental behavior that we don't understand. In the 19th century, there was a term melancholia, which we would now call bipolar depression, so forth and so on. But all forms of sadness, unhappiness, maladaptation, so forth and so on, were poured into this label melancholia. Now, schizophrenia is a similar thing. I can remember an experience I had years ago. I was in the Tolman Library at the University of California, which is the psych library, and I was looking up some drug or something, and I just saw a book, and I pulled it off the shelf, a book about schizophrenia, and it said, the typical schizophrenic lives in a world of twilight imagining, marginal to his society, incapable of holding a regular job. These people live on the fringes, content to drift in their own self-created value system. I said, that's it. That's it. Now I understand. We have no tradition of shamanism. We have no tradition of journeying into these mental worlds. We are terrified of madness. We fear it because the Western mind is a house of cards, and the people who built that house of cards know that, and they are terrified of madness. Tim Leary once said, or I gave him credit for saying, he later told me he never said it, but whoever said it, this was a brilliant statement. Someone once said, LSD is a psychedelic substance which occasionally causes psychotic behavior in people who have not taken it. Right? Schizophrenia.
Then I realize what it is.
Do you even realize what you just did? That reverberated through the entire reality like a shockwave. Whatever soul contract you just broke. Yeah. That was a big one. Do you even realize?
You thought this was the end of your story. But I say to you now, with all the power of heaven behind my voice, this is the beginning of your glory season. You have called yourself too old. You have counted yourself out. The world may have looked past you, underestimated you, even told you your time is past. But I have been waiting for this exact moment in your life. Age is not your limitation. It is your qualification. Do you think I ignore the seasoned? Do you not know that I saved my greatest miracles for the ones the world forgot? I called Abraham not in youth, but in age. I chose Sarah to laugh at the impossible. I gave Moses his assignment when his hands were wrinkled, not when they were young and strong. I sent fire into a dry bush and gave a man past his prime the task to set a nation free. I used Anna in the temple, not in her prime, but in her persistence. I visited Simeon not because he was youthful, but because he had waited well. And you, yes you have waited well. Your faith didn't falter even when your body did. Your heart stayed hopeful even when your hands had to release dreams you thought would never return. But now hear me clearly. I am restoring to you all that was lost. This season is not about survival. This is your season to thrive. You will see financial restoration, funds that were held up for years suddenly released, debts forgiven, resources flow, not for the sake of wealth, but for the sake of testimony. You will not live these years worrying about lack. Provision will find you in places you never thought to look. I am opening doors that were shut for decades. Bank accounts will rise. Bills will dissolve. Needs will be met before you even voice them. I will not just restore your finances. I will restore your family. That child you wept over in secret, the one whose choices broke your heart. Watch what I do. That estranged sibling, that broken bond, that silence that has lasted too long. I am orchestrating reconciliation that defies explanation. I am returning what shame tried to destroy. I am healing generations with one moment of my presence. Conversations will happen. Apologies will come. But more than that, forgiveness will rise like a river. And in its wake, healing will bloom. I will bring back sons and daughters, not just into your life, but into my kingdom. They will return not as they left, but renewed, humbled, and transformed. You thought your prayers were unanswered, but they were being planted. And now, the harvest is here. You will be called mother and father by many, not just those who share your blood, but by spiritual sons and daughters who have been waiting for your wisdom, your love, your legacy. And your body, yes, even your body, will know my glory. The aches that made you groan when rising will ease. The fatigue that shadowed your days will lift. I am releasing healing, not just to manage symptoms, but to reverse what the enemy tried to write into your DNA. I am touching bones, joints, hearts, lungs, bloodstreams, memory, mobility. Doctors will wonder. Friends will ask what changed. You will simply say, God touched me. This is your divine turnaround, not because of who you are, but because of who I am. I am the God who renews. I am the one who makes all things new. I do not retire my servants. I reassign them. I do not diminish your purpose with age. I amplify it. You will speak and people will listen. Your words, seasoned by decades of fire and faith, will carry authority. You will no longer be invisible in rooms. I am placing you in positions of influence, not to chase titles, but to shift atmospheres. When you enter, peace will follow. When you speak, wisdom will land. You will mentor, lead, nurture, guide. Your hands may be wrinkled, but they will carry healing. Your voice may be softer, but it will carry thunder. Because you walk with me, now hear me. Your legacy is being rewritten. What was once marked by loss will now be stamped by victory. Where trauma once echoed, peace will dwell. Where generational pain lived, generational blessing will now thrive. Your grandchildren, and their children, will speak of you not in whispers of what you endured, but in praises of what you overcame. They will say, it was Grandma's prayer that saved our family. It was Grandpa's faith that shifted our name. You will live long enough to see the fruit of prayers you thought had died. I will honor your faith by showing you what it built. Your obedience has planted trees of blessing that others will sit under. You may not have built towers, but you have built legacies. And I call that glory. The latter years of your life will not be marked by decline, but by divine rhythm. I am slowing your pace not to weaken you, but to deepen your awareness. You will begin to see more clearly in the spirit. Dreams will increase. Visions will sharpen. I am lifting the fog and giving you supernatural sight. You will understand things others miss. You will discern where others guess. That is not intuition, it is revelation. Do not be surprised when young people begin to seek you out, not for advice, but for impartation. They will come to sit near you, not just to hear you, but to draw from the well of wisdom I have filled in you. You will bless them without even trying. That's because I have placed a prophetic mantle on your later years. You will finish strong, not limping, but soaring. So, my child, lift your head, straighten your back. Let joy rise again in your heart. Let laughter return to your home. You will dance again, not just physically, but spiritually. Your soul will leap. Your hope will sing. You will find yourself smiling at things that once made you weep. That's not denial. That's healing. You are not fading. You are flaming. You are not ending. You are emerging. You are not the last. You are the first of a new legacy. My glory is not coming someday. It is resting on you now. Look around. The atmosphere is shifting. Can you feel it? The weight you once carried has lifted. The fear that once crippled you has fled. The shame that once haunted you has no more claim. You are my beloved, my chosen, my anointed. You are in your glory season. Say it aloud, even now. This is my glory season. I will finish strong. I am not forgotten. I am favored. Say it again, louder, from the depth of your spirit. This is my glory season. I will finish strong. I am not forgotten. I am favored. Let those words reverberate through your home. Let heaven log your agreement. Let the angels respond to your declaration. This is not just the close of a chapter. This is the rise of a legacy. Welcome to the season where the last become first. Welcome to the glory season. And so it is. You thought this.
Lucid dreaming is one of the strangest experiences the human brain can create. It happens when you become aware that you are dreaming. While the dream is still happening, most people move through dreams without questioning them, accepting impossible events as completely normal. But during a lucid dream, something changes. A part of your awareness wakes up and you suddenly realize, this isn't reality. I'm dreaming. According to neuroscience, lucid dreaming often occurs during REM sleep, when the brain is highly active and dreams become more vivid. At that moment, areas linked to self-awareness can become more active than usual, allowing you to recognize the dream for what it is. Some people report being able to influence the dream, explore imaginary worlds, or even confront fears inside a completely safe environment. But what makes lucid dreaming so fascinating is that while your body remains asleep, your mind becomes aware inside a reality it created itself, a world made entirely from memory, imagination, and emotion, which raises an unusual question. If your brain can create an entire universe while you sleep, how much of reality do you truly understand when you're awake? Lucid dreaming is one of the strangest experiences.
What were you looking for?
I want to die. I want to go back. I didn't want to be here. This was hell. Being here after there, that's hell. That's why we can't remember it. If we could remember it, we wouldn't stay here. We would just release ourselves. I wanted to go back so bad, but I knew that if I just went and drove off a cliff, there was this one cliff I drove to the top and just stared at it like, I could do it, Drake, I could do it right now.
Were you still in contact
yes.
with...
And I thought I was crazy.
You thought you were going nuts.
I thought I was schizophrenic.
What were you looking for?
I wanted to die.
I think any practice that keeps you connected, keeps you grounded and rooted to what's happening and paying attention to the beauty of the world around you is really good. Like instead of being inside, going outside, going for a walk and paying attention to the majesty of nature seems to be a really good thing to remind us of our place in the world. Different than, looking at a screen. It's just a different experience. As you were talking, I heard the bird chirping, a bee flew past me and I heard the buzz of the bee, and it places me here. It's like I'm not in my head, I'm here. And it's like everything's a reminder to be alive, to pay attention. It's now, I'm not in the future, I'm not in the past, I'm here with you now. And it feels good, Happens where A bird flies into the room while you're working on something and a lyric changes because of it, or whatever, these things happen. Or you're planning on doing something one way and then a weather condition or somebody not making it to the studio changes the plan and something new happens and unexpected, and something cool comes out of that.
More often than not, the best ideas emerge from the unexpected. This kind of spontaneity in nature often aligns with the way love enters our lives. It isn't planned or forced. It simply appears. Whether it's falling in love with a person, idea, place, or art form, love shows up when we least expect it.
Love is what we're always on the hunt for. And when I say that, it's in art. When we're making something, it's a search for love. Anything we make. And that feeling of falling in love with something happens when, if you fall in love in your life, it usually happens in an unexpected way. It's not like, today I'm gonna fall in love, and you go make it happen. It doesn't happen that way. It's you're surprised by love. And we experience that when we're making things all the time. Like we're toiling away on this thing we think we're making, and then all of a sudden love shows up in a different way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it turns into something different. It's rare that it's premeditated.
Yeah.
I don't know that it can be really, and be love.
Right.
You know, it could be something else, but the love, there's some aspect of taking you by surprise. There's a book called A Course in Miracles, and the book is about there only being two things in the world, love and fear doesn't really exist. So all there really is love. Fear is like a false indicator in some way. If you feel it, it means you're not connecting to the love that's really there in place of that fear.
When met with the illusion of fear, we have two choices. We can cling to what's out of our control, or we can accept what is and move forward. Rick relates this idea to the Buddhist concept of dukkha, the idea that much of our suffering comes not from what happens, but from our resistance to it.
Stress is suffering, and there's a whole Buddhist concept about suffering, which is there is suffering, but you don't have to suffer. There's pain, and there really is pain, but the suffering part of it is something, you can have pain, but you don't have to suffer. You can accept. The suffering comes from some feeling that something's supposed to be different than the way it is. And if you accept the way it is, then there's no suffering. And you can't change what is. You can change how you deal with what is, but what is what is. I'll tell you a story about that being a decision. I was in Hawaii. There are these centipedes that bite you, and if they bite you, it really hurts bad. It's kind of like a sting from a jellyfish. It doesn't kill you, but it really hurts, and it hurts for a long time. I was sleeping one night, and I brush my head. I'm like itchy, and I brush my head, and I feel incredible pain. And I wake my wife up, she wakes up pretty quickly because I'm moving around. And I say, I think I was just stung by a centipede, and I have two choices. I can panic, which is what I've been programmed to do my whole life. Or I can just decide, okay, it's okay. And she said, maybe the second one's better. I said, okay, I'll do that. I can step back enough to see I can choose. And nothing is different in what happened. Same exact thing happened. And it already happened, I already got stung. So the idea of panicking, or like, my house burned down with everything in it, I could, have a fit and cry and be upset. or I can accept the fact this is what happened. Nothing I'm going to do is going to change that situation.
Right.
So it seems like there's a lot less pain involved if nothing's going to change. Do you know what I'm saying? If I can't change the situation, to put a lot of energy into not changing it and making me feel bad, that doesn't seem like a good choice.
Yeah.
And I think just knowing we can choose, we can decide in the moment. When something bad happens, you can imagine like it's happening in a movie and think, okay, how is our hero going to get out of this one? You know, because there's always another scene. You know, the movie goes on after the tragedy. There's always more happens. And often, and I've again just learned this from living a long time, that over the course of my life, when something that seems terrible happens, almost every time, maybe every single time, what happens in the wake of it is better than what was there. Source is the organizing principle of everything that we experience. So why does the grass grow? Why are the trees here? Why are we?
I got high. That's right. I got more later and I got high. I watched the Pedro basketball. It's bad. It was rad. We were hopping in the backseat of it. We go to 7-Eleven. I get a bag of snacks, classic lace sheets, and no Henry bars, some cracker jacks. Yeah. Mama told me to get up. She could see the rest of my shirt. Forgot to wash it off. Yeah. Smoke on the like ching. I keep smoking it till I get off. Yeah. I'm a stoner like Dave Chappelle and that big. I'm low, I open the safe, okay? Pull up some cool and I'ma order an eighth of every strain in the store. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm a stoner. New weed is at a corner. I look older. Crazy strange and a coma. Like what you need, I know. So I'm a stoner. New weed is at a corner. I look older. Crazy strange and a coma. Like what you need, I know. So I'm a stoner. Yeah. I'm a stoner like with some blowing same time. I'm a blower, a kid, my dick. Lost in my peeps, I don't know where it is. She wanna find it, she like, Cody, could you order my drink? Okay. She pick her up, she wanna know where it live. And then she found it and she sucked it like she smoking a cig. Okay. Out of my from top, so load on her chin. This spray green up in my palm like I'm smoking a Grinch. Sorry, pal, you go with me. We go in party now. Tell them watch her panties drop. All the Ferrari out. Oh, she's first up. I feel like Bernie now. Oh, weed, I'm packing the bar. You see it in the clouds. Yeah. I'm a stoner like Snoop. I ate 2,000 milligrams. I don't know what to do. Order some food, grab a bowl in my puke, panic attack. I'm on nap on the floor of my room. Yeah. I'm a stoner. New weed is at a corner. I look older. Crazy strange and a coma. Like what you need, I know. So I'm a stoner. I'm a stoner. New weed is at a corner. I look older. Crazy strange and a coma. Like what you need, I know. So I'm a stoner.
You're watching this adorable. I'm a walking prophet, I'm adorable. Take it from the top, how the story go. You think it's a fairy tale, it's not, it's a horror show. She got too attached, got a line. Don't be a bitch, then go blame it on your horoscope. You make that pussy to a water bowl. They treat your mind like it's a porta potty glory hole. Yellow Lambo truck, it's Adrian color yours. We don't give a fuck about that shit, you a turd. Don't be acting tough, and see you immature. I keep receipts, I got some things I might return. Come through with the wings up that coupe look like a bird. Waving at your ring camera, you think it's a purge. Fade you with the clean cut, get what you deserve. Chopping off your topping and I skirt. Off with his head, off with his head. Off with his head, off with his head. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. Off with his head, off with his head, off with his head, off with his head. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. Be advised, young boy, this is how I go. Don't click on the podcast, I'll show you the ropes. See through the facade and listen close. Alpha male is cold, for I never got the hose. Wonder what happened if that man who yapping made a bad decision. Had to go to prison and he slipped and dropped the soap in the shower on the floor with no towel and no clothes. Did he finally figure out he's not an alpha now? Who knows? Oh, off with his head, off with his head, off with his head, off with his head. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. Off with his head, off with his head, off with his head, off with his head. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead. When I drop the guillotine, that mean the king is dead.
Hey, what's fucking brackin', buddy? It's your boy Yellow London on the track. Stop asking me for N-word passes, please. Thank you. Jeff made the drum solos and I made the very low quality melody. Why you keep calling me a nigga? Do you not know I'm a nigger? Don't you kiss me, I'm a nigger. I'm a monkey, I'm a nigger. Why you keep calling me N-word? You might as well call me nigger. Better yet, nigger. I'm a motherfucking nigger. 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 I ain't been nigger, stop calling me nigger. I ain't been nigger, stop calling me N-word. Nigger. 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 Don't not call me nigger, that is racist. I am a nigger, it's okay facing. Nigger. 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 I am a nigger, stop calling me nigger. I am a nigger, stop calling me N-word. Nigger. 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 Don't not call me nigger, that is racist. I am a nigger, it's okay facing. I am a nigger, it's civil. I want to talk back. Smack. I want to. I got the crap. Fuck on that nigger who's black. Yeah. Kids don't play this in the hood, though. I care for my children, be careful. I mean, really, they shouldn't be mad. I'm just glad I'm in seven. I am a nigger. I am light skinned, but they still call me a nigger. When they call me nigger, I feel like a winner. Yes, cuz that's exactly what I am. You know, they should be your white titties, man. And I heard of what happened to our ancestors, and I'm pretty sure everybody did. Matter of fact, I heard about that when I was a kid. So you can get it off my fucking dick. Why you keep calling me a nigger? Do you not know I'm a nigger? Don't you kiss me, I'm a nigger. I'm a monkey, I'm a nigger. Why you keep calling me N-word? You might as well call me nigger. Better yet, nigger. I'm a motherfucking nigger. 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 I am a nigger, stop calling me nigger. I am a nigger, stop calling me N-word. Nigger. 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 Don't not call me nigger, that is racist. I am the nigger, it's okay facing. Nigger. 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 I am a nigger, stop calling me nigger. I am a nigger, stop calling me N-word. Nigger. 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 Don't not call me nigger, that is racist. I am the nigger, it's okay facing.
just wish that Mac would die. Fuck him in that ass sometimes. I don't use no Vaseline. No, I don't use no Vaseline. I don't use no gasoline. Account speaks Cantonese. Told him bring me half an M in cash. Yes, I'm a businessman. I hope it work out for y'all like a fitness plan. Go away for the holidays, but it's not a holiday. I'm trying to work on my Christmas plans. Requested a professional sectional at the festival to put my testicles on her face, but now she needs retinol. I didn't know she was susceptible. I mean, like, yes and no. I mean, I guess I did if I thought about it, but let it go. Right below the message board, there's a dresser drawer. Let's explore what the weapons for. Someone rip the door. Yes, of course I'm gonna do something. Someone press record. Yes, I want the footage. They need the evidence. Wait, man, I really don't have anything that great.
That's how it would be. It'd be like, feel it up, take a big sip. Feel it up, take a big sip.
It's been 9 years. I've been influencing my peers. A pioneer. When I get high, my mind clears. I watch the sun rise. It climbs. I cry tears. Now my bitch looks surprised. Why is this guy weird? She's a Russian bitch with some luscious lips. Told her suck my. She made me cabbage and some rusted shit. But she got mad and didn't wear oven mitts, grabbed the pen for both her hands, and now because of it, when I get my nails done, she push against the weight, the cuticles. Scalp the spicy tuna roll and suitable. Now you can probably catch me at my funeral. Yeah, it's easy. I got a proposition. I got a lot of victims bitching with no pot to pissin'. They made some wrong decisions. Let's be optimistic. I'm dropping jewels on these fools, but they're out in risk.
Feel it up, take a big sip. Feel it up, take a big sip.
Love a bitch who kinda crazy. Fuck me like she love me, but she fight me like she hate me. In the end, that shit don't faze me. I fuck her like I hate her, but she know that she my baby. I love a bitch who kinda crazy. Talk shit to my face and then she swallow all my babies. All that hating shit don't faze me. Cause I've been in the cussing, they were calling me a baby. They know what time it is. As soon as I come through, they with it. She love smoking, she's addicted, she can get the business. All these bitches, all these drugs, I got her with the heaven. All the bitches jump shit, they don't know what they missing. I be smoking presidential, I feel like Bill Clinton. 50 down on residential, bitch, cause I been sipping. I love her and you, I don't know why you tripping. Let me get inside and make you feel what you been missing. Baby, I'm too hot. I ain't wanna fuck no one. Baby, I'm too hot. I ain't wanna fuck no one. Bitch, you got some nerve claiming that you know that. Nigga, you got some nerve claiming that I owe you. You ain't know the secret to the drug till I showed you. Hey, freak out the bank, run up on me to get hit with a bang. Hey, drive away, you got crucified today. Hey, don't cross me, you don't want smoke. Hey, if you're crossing my streets, better look both ways. Got my cash, tell the fuck niggas cash. Too bad they can't catch. He alone, he need that. Chop it back, him up. She got his back to the wall. I just saw you kissing that bitch. She got his whole ball. She was in the Xanax and Percocet. She loved her thing. She was knocking on my nerves. Told that bitch to not go. Hey, crossing my streets both ways. You a broke nigga and to pay. Hey, ballin' less to pay. Can't push, start shit, look bad. Baby, I'm too hot. I ain't wanna fuck no one. Bitch, you got some nerve claiming that you know me. Nigga, you got some nerve claiming that I owe you. You ain't know the secret to the drug till I showed you. Hey, freak out the bank, run up on me to get hit with a bang. Hey, drive away, you got crucified today. Hey, don't cross me, you don't want smoke. Hey, if you're crossing my streets, better look both ways. I ain't gonna lie, fuck me for this Dolce. You could do me for the D or next Thursday. Suck me at the front door. That's foreplay. Love my condoms at the crib, but what am I for? I don't even remember niggas, that's what I got a gun for. Too many fuck niggas in the world, that's what I killed your son for. Try to intercept my money, dummy, that you done for. All I care about is money, honey, I don't love for. Hey, new gun, I can't wait till. Bitches, I won't wait for you. Hit him in his brain, now his shit look like baby food. Bitch, I'm not erasing you, I'm really replacing you. That bitch in my room, there's some things I can't wait to do. Liquor and exotic hoes, I'm trying to live
in the moment. Used to be on my phone, no silent, ho. I gotta stay focused. Fuck with me and get violent, oh, violent, ho. Kill you, then I fuck your bitch. Falling, no. Baby, I'm too hot. I ain't wanna fuck no boy. Bitch, you got some nerve claiming that you know me. Nigga, you got some nerve claiming that I owe you. You ain't know the secret to the truth till I showed you. Ayy, freak on the bank, run up on me to get hit with a bang. Ayy, drive away, you got crucified today. Ayy, don't cross me, you don't want smoke. Ayy, if you're crossing my streets, better look both ways.
Learn to forgive and forget. This is not possible without devotion to the Guru. Non-dual devotion. Consciousness is love. The experience of beingness is the same as love for a beingness. They are not separate. The primordial sound, Om, is the continuous expression of this courtship. It is nothing but love. But do not confuse attachment with love. The fact that you know you are is evidence of Brahman. Paramatman is at the root of your consciousness. You must remember this till you die. You are not the body. You are the one who is in the body. You degrade yourself because you take yourself as the body. In fact, you are of a higher status. The indication of Brahman is consciousness. Yet, by believing it to be like the body, sinful behavior increases. The desires for objective pleasures grow. You will not get bliss of the self if you are busy fulfilling your desires and passions. The more you indulge in them, the more you will feed the fire. When your mind and intellect get dissolved into your consciousness, all desires will be fulfilled. Your consciousness has become hungry for the pleasures of the five elements. It has degraded itself. When your mind is steady on the knowledge of your beingness, all your desires will be fulfilled. You can meditate on consciousness only by the grace of the Guru. Knowledge does not have any form. The good and bad experiences that come with the form will cease when you realize that you are formless. So long as you have plans and dreams, you have no time to meditate on your true nature. The duality will continue. One has to endure what comes out of such plans. Therefore, do not make projections. You struggle hard with all your intelligence, yet your needs remain unfulfilled. They will be taken care of when you realize the self. You will be convinced that the body is not your true nature. You will understand how the 5 elements were created and how the body was formed. Things happen by themselves, but they are accepted through the intellect. While you are listening to this, keep your attention on that who is listening. With that, all your desires will be fulfilled. Fear rises within, but manifests outside. A rare one lives with the conviction that he is the Param Atman. All others are
Self-destructed live on stream. One viewer caught burns from the screen. Now I'm diving into sad extremes. Been waiting for a minute just to stir the seed. I'm a sailor in a storm of my own making. Every line I write sound like a cry while I'm laughing. Emotion spikes, turn the room to static. Holy Spirit through my teeth when I get dramatic. Trust me, just this in the mirror looking back suspicious. Only man is static, but the thoughts still vicious. Channels overload and systems start glitching. Every time I heal, I end up the victim. What's the point of acting polished? I got scars in the rhythm, fingerprints on the bottle. Plug talk buzzing while the pills keep stacking. Boredom hit harder than the drugs ever actually did. Nobody stopping me, not even daytime television. Dr. Phil, poly floating through another dimension. I'm just willing through meetings with ghosts in the ceiling. Government agents and overdue billings. Half full cup, but I still can't measure love. What you do in the country if you never own the trust? Stuck on an island with a head full of sirens. Feels like the whole town watching me self-destruct smiling. Mary Jane in the pipe while the speakers blow static. Dad asked if I was high, I said just a little dramatic. Miss my old beater, wish a dozen bad speakers. Now every memory hit deeper than the reefer. 2 weeks away, trying to crawl through the timeline. Facing the broken Wednesday mirror under white light. Wish I was thinner, cigarette dinner. Figures in the glass moving weird like sinners. I confessed I abused some drugs, nobody perfect. Still chasing sunlight with my hands out desperate. Swallow the soul, leave the whole room frozen. Laugh so loud, nobody notice I'm broken. Everybody swear I'm next up, lyrical genius. Truth is I think just to feel something seamless. 4-wheel streams while I'm stuck in my hometown. Circus all around me and I'm the head clown. Banana peel prophecy, slip and recover. All these fake friends swear they love you undercover. Raise a toast for the ghosts and the nights we survive. Still breathing something out. Self-destructed live on stream. One viewer caught burns from the screen. Now I'm diving into sad extremes. Been waiting for a minute just to stir the seed. I'm a sailor in a storm of my own making. Every line I write sound like a cry while I'm laughing. Emotion spikes, turn the room to static. Holy Spirit through my teeth when I get dramatic. Trust me, just this in the mirror looking back suspicious. Only man is static, but the thoughts still vicious. Channels overload and systems start glitching. Every time I heal, I end up the victim. What's the point of acting polished? I got scars in the rhythm, fingerprints on the bottle. Plug talk buzzing while the pills keep stacking. Boredom hit harder than the drugs ever actually did. Nobody stopping me, not even daytime television. Dr. Phil, poly floating through another dimension. I'm just willing through meetings with ghosts in the ceiling. Government agents and overdue billings. Half full cup, but I still can't measure love. What you do in the country if you never own the trust? Stuck on an island with a head full of sirens. Feels like the whole town watching me self-destruct smiling. Mary Jane in the pipe while the speakers blow static. Dad asked if I was high, I said just a little dramatic. Miss my old beater, wish a dozen bad speakers. Now every memory hit deeper than the reefer. 2 weeks away, trying to crawl through the timeline. Facing the broken Wednesday mirror under white light. Wish I was thinner, cigarette dinner. Figures in the glass moving weird like sinners. I confessed I abused some drugs, nobody perfect. Still chasing sunlight with my hands out desperate. Swallow the soul.
"72 hours ago, after witnessing your perfect transition, a conversation occurred in celestial dimensions. 3 angels met to discuss your case. The first spoke with genuine confusion. I've observed millions of souls for eons. I've never seen a soul transit between states maintaining intact purity. This defies everything I understand about how corruption works. The second added, the laws are clear. Contact with darkness causes irreversible contamination. But this chosen one is proving the law has an exception we never documented. Either the laws are incomplete, or this human being is operating under principles that transcend the laws we know. And the third shared, I touched darkness once. It took me 1,000 years of purification to recover a fraction of light. This human enters, uses devastating power, and exits in seconds without stain. It's impossible according to my experience. Silence. 3 angels of immense wisdom had just admitted that a human being was doing something they don't understand. The first spoke what they all were thinking. We need to accept an uncomfortable truth. This chosen one possesses a capacity we don't have. Can transit between light and darkness because they grew up in a world where both coexist. Developed immunity that we, created in pure light, will never develop. In this specific aspect, this human being is more evolved than us. Devastating admission. An angel recognizing that a human has a capacity he doesn't possess. The second added, and if this chosen one can do this, there are probably others. Perhaps an entire generation of chosen ones is developing this capacity, which means we're witnessing human evolution that transcends angelic limitations. And the third concluded, if integrated humans can do what we can't, then the spiritual hierarchy we've assumed for eons needs to be reconsidered. Perhaps chosen ones with integrated duality are the next level of evolution. A level we can't reach because we were designed as pure light, without capacity to integrate darkness. The conversation ended with consensus. Monitor chosen ones like you closely, not because of threat, but because of fascination. They're witnessing evolution that defies everything they thought they knew. Your true power isn't your light side. It isn't your dark side. It's the wisdom of knowing when to use each one without corrupting yourself. Demons can only destroy. They have total darkness but lost light. They only know annihilation. They can't heal. They can't create. They can't genuinely love. Angels can only create. They have total light but never developed a relationship with darkness. They only know compassion. They can't protect adequately. They can't destroy what needs to be destroyed. They can't establish lethal boundaries, but you have both. And the wisdom of when to use each one. When a situation requires healing, you activate light. You offer compassion. You forgive. You help. You elevate. You create. When a situation requires protection, you activate darkness. You establish boundaries. You cut bonds. You destroy threats. You protect. You eliminate obstacles. And you never lose access to one when you use the other. That fluidity makes you unstoppable. Emotional predators encounter your dark side, protecting you. Genuine people encounter your light side, receiving them. You're adaptable in ways that beings of a single state can never be. You're complete in ways that pure light or pure darkness will never achieve. And here's the most devastating part. Your completeness comes from having been born in a fallen world. It comes from having experienced pain. The experiences you thought were curses were exactly what gave you capacity that not even angels possess. Your pain was your training. Your darkness was your mastery. Angels were created in perfection. They don't have scars that create wisdom. They don't have experience with shadows that creates immunity. They're pure but fragile light, perfect but limited. You were forged in imperfection. You have scars that tell stories. You have experience with shadows that created resistance. You're imperfect but resilient light. Imperfect but complete. And imperfect completeness is more powerful than limited perfection, because it can operate in all terrains, can navigate all scenarios, can respond to all threats. That's evolution that transcends angels. That's mastery that scares celestial beings. That's power that only chosen ones with integrated duality possess.
Is it gonna go pay this guy? Drugs.